Okay, so we're going to start. Once again, what I said before is brilliant if you saw my lips moving, but of course you have to turn on your mic. Welcome to Maplesec. I'm Jim Love. I'm the CIO with IT World Canada, and Maplesec is a 3-day cybersecurity conference that has gathered together 45 thought leaders from around the world and across Canada to share in the latest information and sharing of best practices. It's an international event, but with a distinctly Canadian perspective. It's no accident that we wanted to start Cybersecurity Awareness Month. We wanted to set the stage for a month where we'll engage with an event that is one of the publishers of one of the leading technology publications. Will then cover all the activities of the month and around the world, in Canada and around the world. And each day, we'll start this out with Maplesec with 3 days, and each day, for the next 3 days, you'll be hearing speakers participating in panels and sessions that emphasize hands-on learning. It's a virtual event, but it allows us to engage people from across the country. And one where we want to emphasize participation. We're going to have 8 roundtable discussions that you can join in to share your point of view. We're going to have live quizzes and surprises along the way, some technical, some not, including an assortment of video clips with great content, not just for CISOs or CEOs or CIOs, but for everybody who's engaged in protecting their organization from cybersecurity threats. I encourage you to explore this unique platform we've created. We call it Maplesec TV. And you can start the walkthrough just located at the top right-hand corner. Now, you know what right-hand is for you. So the top right-hand corner, you can find just about everything in there. And I have a challenge for you. Let's make this the most engaging digital event in the country or across the world. Let's set the bar for how digital events should be. Are you up for it? We did an event with women in cybersecurity earlier in the year, and the chat and the engagement was just incredible. We have to top that. So start by using hashtag Maplesec on Twitter. That's hashtag Maplesec on Twitter. And you can do that in 2 ways. One, just a standard tweet with the hashtag Maplesec, and you can share interesting tips you hear. And 2, if you have a question and you include a question mark with the hashtag in the Twitter post automatically goes to a question box. Now you can't see it, but it's over there on this screen for me, and I can follow those through the day. I'll be monitoring it, and I'll put your questions to the experts when we have a chance following the presentations or in one of the 3-day end-of-day networking sessions we're going to do. And here's the deal, just to encourage you, if we use one of your questions, I'm going to send you a $15 Uber Eats gift card. How's that? Let's make this the most engaging event ever. I also want to draw your attention to the live chat feature, yet another way that our people have built for you to be engaged in this. It allows you to connect, to chat with a group, have a private discussion. Connecting and networking is an important part of every conference. It's why we come to them. And these digital conferences can seem a little barren without it. So we're trying to create as many virtual avenues as possible. Now, to use the live chat, most of you have done this before. Grab your phone, go to your camera, point the QR code at the screen, and click, there you go. You'll find the live platform, and you just join in as a guest. You'll find me there as well. And if I get to my laptop through the day, I'll try and chat with you. But I'll certainly chat with you at the end of the day in there. Now, once you're on there, you can converse with a group, you can enjoy a private conversation with another attendee, and if the QR code doesn't work for you for any reason, the directions are on the platform. So just go to the Maplesec TV platform and just scroll down the page, and you'll see the directions right beside the live chat. You got it? Are you in for it? Good. Maplesec, this is our first year, but this is a 5-year initiative. And based on the great response that we've already got, we've set the date for the 2021 date already, for October 5th, 6th, and 7th of next year. So mark your calendar. We couldn't do this event without sponsors. And I'll thank each and one of them, but I have to say, and we'll talk about CIRA, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. When we came to them with the idea and said, we should do this, they jumped in and said, yes, let's do it. So CIRA, our first and our partner sponsor in there, but others who came to the fore and said, yes, we'll support this. Fortinet, Field Effect, CyberArk, Tehama, and today's quiz sponsor, Proofpoint. But the sponsors are incredibly important to us. But also the associations and the communities that stepped up to help us organize this national event. We're grateful for their support, their guidance through the whole thing. The CIO Association of Canada, of which I'm a proud member, the CIO Strategy Council, of which I'm also a proud member. The rest of you, I'm open, guys. The Mackenzie Institute, Cybersecurity Canada, Serene Risk, and the Canadian Cyber Threat Exchange, the International Institute of Business Analysts, and the BizTech Professionals Association of Canada. But one sponsor above all of them, and not to, they're all great, but one sponsor shared the vision and helped us breathe life into this from day one, and that's CIRA, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. I am so pleased to have CIRA's CEO, Byron Holland, with us today to help us launch this event. Byron, welcome.
Hey, Jim. Thanks very much for, first off, for having the initiative to start this event and for including CIRA in this event.
Oh, it was fabulous. And your team, like I said, right from the beginning, it was like a spark ignited, and they said, yeah, let's do this. And the vision was there. And so thanks for that in there. We're finally here. I mean, this is, and at the start of Cybersecurity Month, to put a Canadian presence on this, on the world stage for this, and yes, I'm prone to hyperbole, but I think it's just such a great idea. It gave us the opportunity. Somebody said, we've had the crisis, we've all talked about the crisis and all that sort of stuff, and it was the CIO of Cineplex, Norman, I can't blanked at his last name, but Norman said, seize opportunity, from crisis. And that's what I think we've done. The opportunity is to make this a pan-Canadian event across the country, including everyone from coast to coast. Just a great idea.
Yeah, you know what? When the ideas first started rolling around, and while this has turned into a very well-run, as everybody's going to see over the next few days, a very well-run and well-oiled machine, it's a relatively recent idea. And when IT World came to us, to CIRA, to say, hey, what do you think about this idea? Obviously, we thought it was a great idea, given we work and live in the heart of cybersecurity. But we were literally quite surprised at the aggressive nature of the dates. And you know what? Our team jumped on it. Your team's been great. Oh, yeah. And truly living up to an agile methodology, this conference has come to be in remarkably short order with some absolutely outstanding guests and panelists. So we're thrilled and excited to be part of it.
Yeah, my memes are all old. I'm still in Star Trek, but I feel like the guy who produces these things, Steve, is like Scotty, oh, Captain, we can no do it. The dilithium crystals will no take the abuse. But they pulled it off. Our team is just fantastic. Your team is fantastic. I won't go any more than that. Welcome. I'm going to let you do your opening remarks, and I'm going to be listening. So thank you, sir.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jim. And welcome everybody to this conference, to Maplesec. As I said, CIRA is thrilled to be part of it. My name is Byron Holland. I'm the president and CEO of CIRA. Most people know CIRA as the operators of .ca. So if you have a .ca domain name, and hopefully everybody at this Canadian event does, effectively, we're the ones who create them on your behalf. There's just under 3 million .ca domain names in Canada, and we run the registry that registers those names, keeps them safe for you, and also provides the authoritative traffic routing, if you will. So domain name, it goes to the one and only correct place. We also operate the underlying DNS or domain name system that allows that routing to happen. That's what most people know us for, .ca. But we do a number of other things too, not the least of which is provide those very services for other registries and for other people who need robust enterprise-grade DNS services. We're also very involved in internet governance. So it always surprises me, even in tech circles, how little is truly known about how the overall internet operates from a legal, jurisdictional, policy, as well as technology and security perspective. And CIRA is very involved in making sure that there's a Canadian flavor to all of those elements. And finally, and more recently, CIRA has been around for 20 years, but in the last few years, we've expanded beyond just .ca to do a number of services in the DNS and specifically cybersecurity portion of the DNS. So DNS firewall is an example of that, as well as cybersecurity training. So CIRA is really involved both in the operations of core internet infrastructure and subjected to all of the various DNS and cybersecurity related issues, as well as a provider of services for those. But you know what? This is a self-selected and sophisticated audience, and you folks understand the problems at hand, the very significant increase in global cyber threats is the key reason that CIRA chose to partner with IT World Canada on this event. And that's really about helping to provide a Canadian flavor to these very significant global problems. You know, Canada, by virtue of our proximity to and integration with American business, our shared language, our comparative wealth, all of those things lead us to get, you know, unfortunately, more than our fair share of cyber attacks. And in fact, in the 2020 CIRA cybersecurity report, which we're going to release right here tomorrow, it revealed that roughly 80% of Canadian organizations had some sort of cyber attack last year. And just over 50% of those cost the organizations money, be it in time of people or direct out of pocket costs. So think about that. Some quick Monday morning math for you. That tells me at least that just over 40% of Canadian organizations were financially impacted by some sort of cybersecurity incident last year. You know, and based on StatsCan data, there's 1.2 million employer organizations in the country, which means over 500,000 businesses in Canada faced real costs as a result of some sort of cyber incident. You know, another uniquely Canadian factor is our regulatory environment. Canadians expect a level of personal privacy, and organizations are legally obliged to provide it, or in fact, potentially face fines. Canada's Privacy Act, PIPEDA, has been largely overlooked, quite frankly, by a number of organizations, a lot of organizations. So much that our recent service to cybersecurity to the regulatory agency, despite the fact they're legally obligated to. So we're going to have a presentation just on that subject alone, which I think will be very interesting to all organizations and cybersecurity providers. You know, the reality is that many of our public and private organizations just don't have the necessary resources or knowledge to build up the proper defense. So what can we do? How can we help as the cybersecurity community in Canada? And that really is what we're here to discuss over the next few days. So Maplesec, as you've heard, is virtual by design. It's a great idea, and of course, necessity is the mother of invention. CIRA's involvement in this conference is part of a multi-year commitment to helping extend Canada's homegrown cybersecurity expertise and community, and to help it thrive. We're going to continue to work with IT World Canada, or ITWC, through the year to expand the knowledge and collaboration opportunities for this community. And through this sharing, we hope that we'll be able to bring together more of the community and, quite frankly, do our part to help build a more trusted internet in Canada. Maplesec has some awesome speakers, and we hope that you're going to learn a lot from them. We know you're going to be able to learn a lot from them. But this isn't intended to be some passive broadcast. Maplesec has created collaborative sessions each and every day, sessions where we'll be calling on you to participate. I think, you know, it's safe to say that we, ITWC and CIRA, have been blown away by the response to this event. You know, when we were dreaming it up not that long ago and putting forward our hope for attendance numbers, we've blown away those goals. So thank you to everybody out there. And we hope to hear from as many of those voices as possible. Discussions at Maplesec will be facilitated to keep the conversation going and ensure a wide range of opinions. We want to get as many uniquely Canadian perspectives as possible, and we look forward to all of your contributions. So let's get a little perspective on who we're going to be talking to. You've heard about all the sponsors and as a result, some of the speakers you're going to be hearing from. But we also took a look at the registration list to see, who's going to be here with us. And safe to say, it's literally from coast to coast to coast. So doing a little pandering to some of our guests or some of our conference participants, I just want to say, hello to Nunavut, hello to Vancouver, hello to St. John's, and welcome to everybody in between. We know that as a virtual conference, it's easy to drop in and out. That's just the reality of a virtual conference. But we really want you to be involved as much as possible. Each day is only a relatively short 3 hours, delivered at a time that we believe is the most time zone friendly for this very, very vast country. And each talk is delivered in sort of easy to consume segments and provide easily actionable items and information. The first day discusses Threatscape with information and analysis on what's actually going on in Canada as well as the broader world. And CIRA is a provider of DNS firewall services with almost 2 million users. This topic in particular is very, very near and dear to our hearts. So I'm really interested in what's going to unfold today. Day 2 is really focused around cyber awareness and training. We also participate in that space. So again, a super interesting subject because while software and hardware are critical, as all of us in this business know, it's usually the humans that are the soft spot in all of our defenses. So that'll be a really interesting day. And the final day covers new information related to our shared COVID reality, as well as a lot of discussion on new and emerging technologies in our space. So a little something for everyone throughout the 3 days and certainly on day 3. So working with ITWC, we've done 4 things to make sure that you don't have to miss out on anything. Every day on the platform, there will be a highlights report on the previous day. So we want you to participate, but if you miss something, you're going to be able to catch it the next day. And Cybersecurity Today, ITWC's award-winning podcast, will feature stories from the conference. So if you're unfamiliar with the podcast, check it out in all the usual sources, and you'll be able to subscribe and get all the up-to-date info on the conference there too. And each morning as we start, you can listen to a recap of what happened the previous day, as well as what's about to happen in the coming day. And fourth, post-conference, a range of in-depth stories covering all the panels and presentations will be available from ITWC's network of websites and will be pushed out also through newsletters. All the stories, videos, interactions from Maplesec will be available on this site for viewing on an on-demand basis. So we've got an awesome conference, great speakers. This is the community that helps keep Canada safe online. You're going to learn a lot. So have a great 3 days and roll up your sleeves and dive in. Thanks. Over to you, Jim.
Thank you, Byron. We're going to focus on cybersecurity from a Canadian perspective, but clearly the threats come in a global context. Now, to set a global baseline, our partners at the Mackenzie Institute, which we're still, you can't hear me? Okay, I have pulled it, sorry, I'll just go back on that, we had a little blip in there. To set a bit of a global baseline, our partners at the Mackenzie Institute have pulled together a panel of leading cybersecurity intelligence agencies to give us just a taste of the day-to-day threats and prevention strategies that are used at the highest levels. The Mackenzie Institute is an independent think tank that brings together external independent policymakers, governments, educators, private sector players, and brings them together for conversations on threats and security and vulnerabilities. You can find more about the Mackenzie Institute on a downloadable asset available on the platform, just somewhere down there. Now we're going to share the panel in 2 parts. We're going to give you the first 15 minutes of highlights now, and 15 minutes later after the luncheon roundtable. So here to lead the panel and to give you a peek behind the intelligence curtain is Karsten Arend. He's the Vice President of the Mackenzie Institute.
Thanks, Jim. I'm Karsten Arendt, Vice President with the Mackenzie Institute. The Mackenzie Institute is a think tank with over 30 years of experience covering terrorism, revolution, propaganda, with a focus on resilience in financial markets, water supply, energy, and cybersecurity. Business owners and government CISOs face an astonishing array of cyber threats as they protect their organizations against fraud, data theft, and ransomware attacks. It can be very stressful. Now imagine the stress when your job is protecting the entire continent against sophisticated attacks from well-heeled entities bent on wreaking havoc to service their own agendas. Imagine no longer. In this special panel, you'll hear firsthand from cybersecurity intelligence leaders with the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the National Security Agency, and the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity about their daily challenges and the big threats they see on the horizon. Together, we'll explore the current state of security and privacy and what their respective agencies are doing to ensure organizations and individuals remain out of reach from bad actors who have a global reach.
Hello, my name is Adam Hamilton, a special agent with the FBI based out of the Buffalo, New York field office. We are one of 56 field offices that cover the entire United States and its territories. I currently work for the Cyber Task Force, where our focus is both national security matters and criminal matters focused within the Western New York region.
So my name is Neil Ziering. I'm the technical director of the Cybersecurity Directorate at NSA. And NSA has a leading responsibility within the US government for the cybersecurity of national security systems. And of course, we collaborate with all sorts of industry and government entities in doing that.
My name is Benjamin Salazar, and I'm coming from the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate. We are a research organization, and I serve as a cybersecurity subject matter expert within the Technology Centers Division, and I'm happy to be here today.
I'm Donald McLeod with CSE, Communication Security Establishment, and within CSE, we have the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. We're based in Ottawa, Canada. As the Director of Autonomous Defence and Systems, my day job is leading a group of people that do sort of design, build, and operate a sensor fleet that maintains security over the Government of Canada's worldwide network. CSE overall, the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, has a dual mandate, providing foreign signals intelligence and also acting as the national authority for cybersecurity matters for the Government of Canada.
So I'll start off with the question: cybersecurity as a threat has surpassed terrorism in terms of concern and spending. How bad is it? Adam, if you'd be so kind to start.
So from the standpoint of the FBI, it essentially is one of the highest priority threats that we are currently working both at the national level and throughout each of our field offices. And that's not to downplay that terrorism still is a high priority threat of the FBI, but with the cyber realm now, almost every violation touches the cyber aspect in some way, shape, or form. And as a special agent for the Cyber Task Force, we are responsible for investigating almost every single threat in that realm now.
Cybersecurity has been a big concern of ours for decades, and it's never been a bigger threat than it is now, right? It's a threat to intellectual property, to military readiness, to the operation of our government, and of course across the private sector.
From the Department of Homeland Security's perspective, cybersecurity is a very, very big threat to our nation. As you all know, 2 years ago, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency was stood up because of this particular situation. So the department recognizes it and has established a center for this. And this is something that is very prevalent for law enforcement and something that we definitely need to take care of.
What are the biggest threats you see to individuals and organizations?
So from the investigations we've worked in other investigations I've dug into in other field offices, the biggest threats are the financially motivated threats, the quickest bang for your buck, how can we gain the most financial value? And that results in stolen wires, various levels of fraud, and even the intellectual property being stolen.
Ransomware and things related to it are still huge, and they continue to grow in their ability to be disruptive at scale, right? They started out small, they're getting bigger. Phishing is still a huge problem, and sort of new forms or new combinations where phishing is only one aspect of the attack. Attacks that are going beyond sort of traditional enterprise IT, we regard as a very serious problem and a worrying trend, right? Going beyond your normal sort of desktop or server in a business to mobile malware, cloud exploitation, Internet of Things exploitation, stuff like that.
It's crimeware. It's that mid-tier criminal element trying to get a quick access to something, to steal intellectual property, to try to get install some ransomware and hold someone hostage on it. And that's what we're seeing. That's where we put a lot of our defensive efforts to.
Switching gears a little bit, what are the factors, COVID or otherwise, driving a spike in threats right now?
It's almost the biggest bang for the least amount of effort. So how can I make the most money with the least amount of work that I need to do? And if that's just simply sending out hundreds of thousands of phishing emails just to see, I mean, one successful lawyer could be a six-figure payout. In the past actual 6-7 months with the COVID situation that's been hitting almost every single country with the various, for example, the PPP loans in the United States for small businesses, anything that can be taken advantage of, anything that has a system of checks and balances that can be bypassed, cyber criminal is going to attack, again, just to try to get the maximum bang for their buck.
In addition to that, we're seeing a lot of interest in going after technologies that may now be more exposed or more prevalent in industry and government because of COVID, because so many people are teleworking or working remotely. Right, so video teleconference systems, various types of cloud services that people are using, perhaps when they're working remotely, and theft of credentials that would allow adversaries to get into a remote account as if they were that employee, are all trends that we're seeing right now.
Just the distributed workforce, teleworking model that's out there. These computers aren't protected on their corporate lands right now, and lots of organizations weren't set up for this kind of situation in such a fast manner. So it's something that these organizations have to take into account, this endpoint security and making sure that these systems are secured and that the people are trained properly. It's too easy to click on a link and bam, you got malware going on your system and you don't even know it's there, and you've lost everything.
COVID, though, we're having several layers to it. So people are scared. They want information from the government. They might be in financial need, and they might be looking for an email saying, yes, you were accepted for a government financial aid program. So people are going to be more captivated, more interested perhaps, and maybe not put that normal check and balance they do in a decision before they click that email. And the work from home postures.
And what percentage of these cyber criminals are financially motivated or politically motivated, or are there state-sponsored intruders in this group?
I can't give an exact number percentage, but I can tell you the percentage value is very high as far as financially motivated. Again, money, the bottom dollar drives almost everything nowadays. And whereas 10, 15 years ago, intellectual property theft might have been the latest, greatest thing to sell, to gain money, now it's as simple as phishing campaigns or email compromises or even scamming based on the current social environment. So, for example, in New York, we've had a large rash of unemployment insurance fraud claims that have come through, and that was all based on COVID. And again, it's just finding the weakest link, what systems can we attack.
So because of our particular customer set and focus, we are really thinking primarily about the nation state actors and their threats to national security systems and the defense industrial base in the United States. And those actors have not let up. They're still very active. They take advantage of the current circumstance for, like COVID-themed spear phishing, things like that. And they get to hide in the noise of the much larger number of sort of criminally motivated attackers.
If I can ask you, gentlemen, all to speak about the level of sophistication of the ransomware attacks and AI-fueled attacks and what you do about it.
it's not as sophisticated as it used to be, especially with the software as a service type model that's prevalent around the dark web. It's as simple as somebody can buy a piece of ransomware, point and click, does its own scans, does its own installs, and then all you have to do is provide it with a Bitcoin address for your ransom and an email address that you want to be communicated with. These are some of the largest attacks that we've seen. I mean, I can say that almost every other day we're getting calls about ransomware just at our field office. And it's always people trying to go for the lowest hanging fruit, who has the most vulnerable ports, who has vulnerabilities due to lack of patching or third-party vendors. And it's just massive spamming of a software out there that is easily attainable now, especially with the number of variants, the number of families that are present in today's society.
A lot of these actors, especially the ones we follow, are becoming more sophisticated in their attack behavior, right? They're using combinations of effects, such as a DNS hijack followed by a drive-by download or something like that. Voice phishing followed by other techniques. And they're also, in many cases, we're seeing burrowing deeper into enterprise networks, looking for items of value or things that can further their objectives, whether those objectives are financial or information theft or what have you.
These threat kits are downloadable. They are something that's easily accessible. And just because something is not sophisticated doesn't mean it's not going to work.
If bad actors are getting more sophisticated, how are the agencies getting sophisticated to keep up?
We're always evolving, always learning. The bad actors are human in nature, and eventually a human's going to make a fatal error. They're going to make a mistake, just like a victim makes a mistake to give up information, to buy into a service, to be attacked by ransomware. So it's just almost a way of just maintaining persistence in the investigation, maintaining persistence after the bad actor, and just looking for chinks in the armor. Because again, they're human, they're going to slip up. Something is going to cross paths with a known identity at some point.
I can comment a bit in terms of what we're doing to try to keep up. It's for me, it's automate and collaborate. So the amount of people that we have doing traditional security work with eyes on glass, we're trying to make sure everything we can do to automate those types of activities. The humans we need to look at what's different. What can't we automate? What did our automated processes not catch? So we put an inordinate amount of effort into really trying to make sure we automate trade crafts. We're dealing with a moderately large size enterprise in the government of Canada. So we also try to collaborate. So who are we collaborating with? We're collaborating with industries.
One of the things that we love to look at in research is looking to the future. What's going to come down the pipe in 3, 5, or 10 years? How can we start planning for that now? What processes can we automate? So automation is going to be key in getting that into to fill the supply gap that we have in terms of getting highly qualified, smart, intelligent cyber analysts that are out there. There's not enough of them. And if we can do more automation on the computers, it's going to help us do our jobs better.
So we know there's a market for anyone looking who has the skills in this marketplace. So speaking about the most popular methods being used right now, is it destruction of data? Is it ransomware? Is it denial of service? That sounds so old school.
We are seeing ransomware attacks. We're having citizens and industry report to us, to our hotline, that they're victims of ransomware, and we will work with them to do that. Or in the case of where it escalates into criminality, refer them to our federal law enforcement. But absolutely, it puts them in a position where they are now forced to act. So when you think about they might not even know of an advanced persistent threat is on there stealing slowly intellectual property, or even does sort of a drive-by download and takes something from them. With ransomware, they do know about it. They are now an intricate part of the equation, so it's not surprising that that's the ones that we're actually seeing the most of.
One of the trends that we're seeing, and I expect Adam is seeing this as well, is what's called in the outside sometimes big game hunting. When an adversary tries to go after a large enterprise and get a ransomware distributed throughout that enterprise and then kind of hit them all at once in the hope of getting a massive payout. And with COVID, we've seen an increase of that against medical providers, very brutal sort of attacks, and then other sorts of big companies.
Wow. What a way to get the conference started. I know these panelists have more to say. This is a great panel, and we'll see the second part of that after the roundtable luncheon discussion. Okay. Now, from a global level, you've heard in the panel what the global threats are. Now we're going to go to a more hands-on practical level for business, and here are the recommendations that we should be putting in place. Live from Calgary, we have Steve Biswanger. He's the CISO for ATCO Group, and he's also the lead of the relatively new division of CIO CAN, which is focused on cybersecurity. So welcome, Steve.
All right, thanks, Jim. I thought that this quote was an interesting place to start. It comes from the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. So they're the Canadian organization to share information about cyber threats with all Canadians, businesses, and individuals. And it really highlights what we're here to talk about is cyber crime is the biggest threat. It is overwhelming everything, and it is changing everything. Right? We've talked about a little bit about who I am. I can talk about how long I've been doing this. You'll notice lots of gray hair. When I started this, I had thicker hair and a lot darker hair. But at that time, there were not a lot of profit opportunities for hackers. They were the people you picture sitting in the basement, playing with computers, trying to find out where those vulnerabilities were. They would find a vulnerability, maybe share it with their friends, maybe denial of service a website, but it wasn't a significant impact. It was going on, but it wasn't having the commercial impacts that we're seeing today. When we talk about the motivations now, it's all financial. Everybody's about money. So if you think of the size of cybercrime, and we talk about organized crime, you think of drugs, and you think of any of those kind of illegal activities, cybercrime outweighs them all. $6 trillion is the estimated size of that industry, the FBI says. So if you put that in context of countries, that would be the third largest GDP in the world. United States, China, cybercrime, and then Japan. It is the biggest thing going, and we've had a lot of changes that have facilitated all of that, and it's just getting faster. So you think of organizations, of our organizations, how much could we do without a computer? Could you survive a week without email? 20 years ago, absolutely. Now, it would be very difficult to run your organizations. So the risks are a lot higher. People are willing to spend a lot more money to defend. And the facilities to make money are unprecedented. And there's millions, well, trillions of dollars being made. Some of the bad actors that we watch out for, there's hacktivists, which are interestingly not motivated by money. They have personal interests. So part of what we're talking about today won't directly affect the hacktivists. However, the basics for protecting your environment work well, and incident response are the best things you can do for hacktivists. We won't go into them very deeply. They're there. They're only noisy for short periods of time, so if you can weather that storm, you'll be okay against the hacktivists. We can also talk about nation states. And these are countries that are either sponsoring or employing hacking groups to break in. And every country in the world is hacking every other country in the world. The difference with nation states is they don't want you to know that they're in there. They're capturing information, usually espionage, and trying to keep that information for economic attacks in the future. Realistically, you have no hope of defending against a nation state by yourself. This is, no matter what a vendor may try and tell you, no matter what you've heard, nation states, their pace, their scale, their resources dwarf anything that we have. Our only defenses against the nation state are to work together. So joining information sharing organizations, we talked about CIO Association. There's industry organizations. As a utility, we participate in the Canadian Utility and Electric Commission. The law enforcement groups have information sharing, participate in all of those and share that information. We aren't competing on cybersecurity, so we can share cybersecurity information and still be competitors in other spaces. To put this into context, there was a great quote from a former head of the CIA. He talked about spending 11 years to break into a target organization. And after they were waiting, every day they would check. And after 11 years, somebody was doing a firewall upgrade, took the firewall down before they took the network down. It was only that moment seconds. That was enough for the CIA to get in and got all the information for that company from that point forward. So that's what you're facing. Just work together to try and balance that one. The ones you really have to watch out for are the profiteers, people that are here to make money. We talked about the individuals that were in the basement and they would find a vulnerability. They would then have to find an exploit, launch an exploit, and there's no real way to monetize. So any individual with that breadth of skill set, almost impossible to find. Now an individual finds a vulnerability. They have a choice. They can sell it to the vendor that has that vulnerability. The Googles, the Facebooks, the Microsofts of the world will all pay for that. Or they can sell it on the dark web. The service providers will then take and aggregate all of those vulnerabilities and then resell those out for profit. So now somebody that's just doing security research can have an entire career just doing security research selling vulnerabilities. To give you a sense of how much money we're talking about, at the beginning of the work from home phase, April timeframe this year, there were 2 Zoom vulnerabilities sold for $500,000 each. So whoever had found that sold it. That's probably one person made $1 million that day. The service providers are the ones that really made the difference. So if you think of organizations that outsource an IT function or outsource a finance function or an HR function, service providers are the outsourcers for criminals. They create ransomware packages and then resell those. They have platforms to launch attacks and then resell those. So that's what's really made the difference is if you want to be a hacker or you want to launch a cyber attack or a phishing attack, you don't need all the skills. You just need to leverage the outsource providers and the service providers. And when we're talking about all kinds of money, it all comes together and organizations will take advantage of what are they going to do to cut out the middleman, pay less for those service providers, maximize profits. And the organizations are structured just like our companies. They have HR departments, they have performance bonuses, they have profit and loss statements. They are highly competitive and highly effective. If we think about the nation states as they start to creep into the space of profiteering, in the Soviet Union, there's a number of private organizations that are bought or hired by the Russian government for campaigns and then go back to profiteering. So you're starting to see a blurring of the lines, and the individuals and the service providers start to get the skill sets that only happened when we saw nation states. What else can you buy on the dark web? Just to give you a sense of what's out there, everything. Anything you want is available on the dark web. $25 an hour for denial of service attack against your competitors. You need air miles to top up, you can buy those. Access to corporate email, $500. When we talk about nation states, and you think of a nation state spending 11 years to break into an organization, trying to find that one email, these days they're more likely to just go on the dark web. Has somebody already compromised that email? I'll just buy it there. I don't have to directly attack a company and still get the access that I need. Having that marketplace has changed everything. And if you're in a developing nation, say you're an individual, you've got access to cheap internet, but you don't have good job opportunities, go out and if you can steal a Netflix account and get $3 could be a significant amount of money in some of these countries. So the ubiquity of the internet is actually making challenges because now you have millions of people around the world all creating threats. The interesting one when we look at all of these that I like to highlight is the medical records. The credit card information, interesting, but we've got good techniques, and if somebody steals a credit card, you just turn it off and get a new credit card. You don't get a new medical record. So medical records last a lot longer than anything else shown on the screen. And if you have a medical record, you can get prescriptions for opioids, you can sell those opioids on the street, money can be had. Again, lots of money can be made by lots of different people at lots of different levels. Right. So this is an example. If you wanted to execute a phishing attack, you go onto the service provider site, you choose phishing attack, say I want to buy a mailing list, I want to have somebody create the message for me, you send it out. Send out 100,000 emails for $75. 90,000 people ignore it. 5,000 people are Bank of Montreal customers, but they still know it's phishing. 4,900 click, see it's phishing, they ignore it. 100 people out of that original 100,000 click, that's still $6,500 profit. So that's in 30 days. That's what we're facing. That's what we're seeing, all for profit. Why wouldn't you try it for $75? So what can you do? How do you defend against it? The unfortunate part is you have to defend against somebody that's willing to try it for $100 profit. In many of these organizations, or many parts of the world, they will for $100. So if we look at the identify, protect, detect, respond, recover, I like to use this one. This is the NIST cybersecurity framework to organize the information. You identify what your important information is, right? Find out what are you protecting and protect that. You can't protect everything. The other piece I would say is you don't need a complete inventory. Me and my auditors were always battling this one, but you don't need a complete inventory because nobody has a complete inventory, but we continue to operate. Focus on the important stuff. Protect your assets with patching. Patching is it's fundamental. We've been talking about this for how long, and yet people still take months to patch. Too long. You think of the individual that found that vulnerability and then sold it to Microsoft, and then Microsoft released a patch. Now you have thousands of people trying to reverse engineer that patch and figure out how can they leverage that time before you're patched to compromise you. Do multi-factor authentication. Always, always do multi-factor authentication. And if you're a developer and you're doing code, use the bug bounty services to have crowdsourced QA done. You spend a lot of money on your tools, watch your tools. Is anybody looking at them, or do you just put them in and hope they're protecting them? And the most important thing you can do is incident response. If you think of a risk formula, it's impact and probability. The top three here all address probability. Impact is all incident response. Reduces how fast you can respond, how long you're out of breach. The incident response piece, if you do anything, incident response all the time. And the other piece to think of as you're doing the recovery will depend very much on your business, the type of information that's compromised. And as you go to the cloud, and time after time after time, companies, oh, I'm in the cloud, everything is secure. No, everything is different. It's not necessarily secure unless you secure it. So the move to the cloud is done differently, but it's still just as important, just creates different vulnerabilities. So unfortunately, the message is you've got 1 billion people all trying to hack you all the time. They're willing to do it for $100. So you have to be really, really, really good at the basics and then share information for the few really strategic nation state level people that are trying to attack you directly. So hopefully we didn't scare everybody too much. This is more trying to give you a sense of what the hackers are after and what their motivations are. Like we say, if you understand their motivations, you can then start to make it too expensive to hack, and they'll move on to the next people. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Special thanks to the CIO Association of Canada for providing the audience the opportunity to download that recent white paper on identity and access management. You can find it on the platform, so take a look for it there. And I think we've had some chat, questions in the chat. Thank you so much. This is great. I hear it's very active out there. I can see it sort of roll by me as I'm going on here. But one of the questions was on Byron's mention of that CIRA report. Check it out tomorrow. We'll make sure that that's available, and I think that's when Byron wanted to launch it. Believe me, there'll be a big launch for it. You'll see it here. Now, that's most of our more. We've still got a lot more to come. Don't touch that laptop dial or whatever. But if this was a live conference right now, we'd have the wait staff coming out and they'd be bringing in the lunch, and we'd have some delicious culinary offering. And if you know our events people, it would be delicious. But in the virtual world, well, it's become problematic from a food point of view, but we can still have a discussion group. So I'm going to invite you to join in this great session. White hat hacker Terry Cutler. He's the founder and CEO of Cyology Labs. He's going to share stories of incredible cybersecurity gaffes that you've seen, and you're going to share those as well. And that's part of the interaction of this thing. So we're all going to get together, grab some lunch, and share some stories of great gaffes and how they could have been avoided. Now, we're not naming names in this session, so you can bring along your favorite true story of a disaster that should have been averted in there. How to join? Okay. You'll be magically no, I'm serious. Actually, you will be magically teleported into the discussion. You just click on the description of the Roundtable platform. It's down there, and just below the viewing screen, you'll see it there. Just check that out down below the viewing screen on the Maplesec TV platform. You just click on it, and you're magically there. Grab a sandwich, click on the link, talk, and we'll be back in, my Fitbit says, 28 minutes. For the next feature in the conference. Hope it's going great so far. We'll see you then.
What is it now?
David, happened again, man. Like, they hacked in, they changed my settings, they got into my accounts, my social media, my Facebook, my Twitter, my Instagram.
I keep telling you, man, you gotta be more original with your passwords.
I thought I was.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I did, Dave.
Well, let's go back to some of the recent gems we've had. What?
Right.
There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then there was 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Well, I didn't think anyone would get that.
And then we went to, what was it, QWERTY.
Yeah, it's the first row of the
Keyboard, yes, I know that. So does the rest of the planet. And then there was Astafig. Astafig.
Yeah.
One row down from QWERTY. Then you went for the old-time classic password, which of course is password. And then you went super original with Dragon.
Yeah, dragon. Like, who's gonna guess that?
Kevin, your avatar on Facebook is a dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Then my personal favorite, Let Me In.
You gotta admit, that's a little bit funny.
Yeah.
And original.
No.
Oh, I like that one.
Yes, so did the hackers.
Oh, someone just changed my LinkedIn profile picture to a hammer. How the heck?
I am Superman.
Oh, crap.
So wasn't that fantastic? I managed to get in and grab my lunch and check out the discussion over the lunch. That was amazing. Some great stories in there. And then the Kevin video. What can you say? And I just want to take a minute to say that was produced by our own amazing agency, IT World's its own agency that produced these things, and it's available for you. This and other ones you'll see here can be used to supplement training, get people talking. I mean, it's a serious subject, but sometimes getting people talking requires a little bit of humor or a little bit of loosening up in there. And some great acting from our very own our own staff and production staff in there. And we look at it, you say, nobody would make those mistakes, would they? Yeah. In reality, everybody's made those mistakes. You have made them, I've made them. There's a little Kevin in all of us in there. So that gets great discussion in there. We're going to return back to that second part of that intelligence panel that we started this morning, those of you who are in there. And we're going to pick it up with a question posed by Mackenzie Institute VP's Karsten Arendt. So we're going to just go to that now.
Now, if I could ask you all to speak about the landscape in terms of threat vectors, threat intelligence, and threats to resilience, who would like to start with that?
I can speak a little bit from the CSE perspective. So in terms of threat intelligence, again, once you've got the basics in place, patching your systems, threat intelligence can absolutely play a role. And one of the things that we do is we have a fairly wide aperture in the government of Canada. We have a lot of telemetry gathering we do from it. It attracts a certain amount of attention. So we learn about the adversary's methods, we learn about where they're coming from, and that gives us a base to garnish this sort of threat intelligence from. So we spend a lot of time trying to get this information generated and then try to share the parts that we can out to industry to try to, again, protect as many people as we can.
One thing that we observed is, as an attack trend, is really diligence on the part of the attackers. Once they have a piece of effective tradecraft, whether it's going after a particular vulnerability or leveraging a particular type of credential, they're really good at utilizing that, right? So if you still have that exposure in your enterprise, they'll find it. And I think that puts a burden back on us as defenders, whether in government or private sector or academia, to be equally diligent when we go out to fix something in our enterprise, that we really spot all the points of exposure and fix them all.
We have hundreds and hundreds of threat analysts, intelligence analysts combing through case data pulled in from other private partners, from governmental entities, trying to find the patterns, trying to find ways to bolster outside industries, local governments, state governments, just to help in the defense and the security. And it's just all about sharing at this point, collaboration, sharing, and doing as much education as we can in order to prevent future attacks, in order to prevent future issues.
So we've come to learn that securing data is not enough. Can you gentlemen speak to threat intelligence to detect incidents?
We usually are called out after the fact that something has happened. It's through the education and the providing of industry notes and other intel documents that we can disseminate out to our public and private entities that we really push the idea of be more proactive, be more offensive, establish your own threat hunting teams, establish your own command centers where you're actively looking for threats. You're looking for what's attacking us, what's out there.
So when we work with industry, we're trying to go, what can we do collaboratively to do that? What information can you share with us in an automated fashion? What information can you share? Can we share with you in an automated fashion from as many different sources we can get in order to paint that, to give the analysts, those really smart humans that are doing the threat work, how can we give them enough data to be able to work with? So they're not just seeing a piece of the puzzle, they're seeing the cloud, they're seeing hosts, they're seeing network, they're seeing other factors that might play into that.
We're an intelligence agency, but also the improving our collaboration with industry so we can fuse all that and ideally be more proactive, be able to give entities that are under threat some warning rather than waiting until after the incident.
Back in the day, we could scan disks to find, nice big fat piece of malware on there and you're good to go. And, it's not like that anymore, unfortunately. These things, these different indicators of compromise, this malware is smart. It's in memory. It's living on the network, and it's and then it's a big sea of data. The amount of data that we're processing, for everybody's data is just increasing, and there's just a lot more noise, the signal that's out there. So it's super difficult to figure this stuff out. And this is the kind of stuff that we like to research and figure out what we can do to amplify that signal and get a grasp on something before it does, before it wreaks havoc.
We all know that capital markets are highly interconnected. Does that make them more vulnerable or a higher priority target?
It's almost as if there really is no true target of choice, and that everything's so interconnected now. It's just a matter of someone's going to get hit, and then it's a matter of will that victim be used to pivot into another partner, another industry. So if you have a health institution or a medical industry hit and the data stolen from there, well, now that data can be used to maybe sell on the dark web, and that data can be used to attack financial institutions through bank fraud, wire fraud. And now you have victimization through there. And so now they're going to try to perpetuate and attack that company through either ransomware attacks or phishing attacks, malware attacks. So it's really pretty much, it's almost like the catch of the day.
So maybe not specifically with the capital markets, but any large interconnected network is going to be so inherently complicated to understand, to get data from. If you're dealing with a large million node network that has to do with maybe it's the capital, maybe it's healthcare, maybe it's the electrical distribution grid in North America. These are large, complicated networks, and just understanding how they work for the people that have designed them is probably inherently difficult, let alone trying to get data from them and then understand what the threat actors are doing against them. So
now, I've spoken with several folks from the financial sector about this. They really started early on automating their information exchange so that if an attack occurs against one of them, the others find out pretty quickly. And I think they're actually a model for other sectors to follow in terms of coming together as a community to make the community as a whole harder to exploit at scale.
Staying one step ahead technologically the key to success, or is there a culture creativity component in what you are all doing?
I have a bit of a bias. I lead a large group of developers and engineers, so we do a lot of technology work. But in terms of for a typical organization, just staying current with technology, getting back to the basics, patching, limiting who has administrator access, these are going to give you huge bang for the buck. If you can stay ahead, if you can use a more technologically advanced VPN, firewall, if you do some endpoint detection and response tools, you can absolutely raise the game. But these are getting to be sometimes more complicated tools to use too. So just staying technologically ahead if you don't have the resources to now actually use these technologies to understand the information that they're giving you. You might not have gotten the security you needed unless you perhaps looked at outsourcing it or trying to hire more people on the inside.
So one of the things that we like to do at DHS S&T is to leverage other people's dollars. There's already money going into researching the newest and forward-thinking technologies. How can we insert our dollars to help get a function that's going to assist the entire department or the entire US government in their defenses of their networks? So we like to look at these small companies, even the larger companies who are doing these very cool types of technology research to help and get that stuff out there. And what that's going to do is it's going to help start the US government, paying once and getting multiple benefits out of it. And it's also going to help industry, because eventually this stuff will trickle down into industry where they can purchase it and put it on there.
For smaller companies, smaller government agencies, we really feel that a shared service model is going to be really important. That rather than each of these companies trying to figure out for themselves which of these technologies are best and how to apply them, consuming them as a service.
No matter how quick you buy the latest and greatest, within seconds, it's already outdated, half the cost, and doesn't even fit your needs anymore. So with that, we try to push for, in the Bureau, a lot of creativity and ingenuity. So how can we leverage the tools that we have now and garner the biggest bang for our buck? What can we use? What exploits can we develop behind them? How can we push these to the max ability and actually putting the full focus on the tool itself?
As early as 2014, intelligence agencies have said public and private initiatives must be riveted in lockstep to address threats. What is happening now?
I don't know that I agree that they need to be in lockstep, but they certainly need to be collaborative and cooperative. We're certainly trying to do that as part of our stand-up for our new directorate. We have a cybersecurity collaboration center. We're trying to speed ability to get information out to industry partners and also improve our speed at bringing what they have to offer and utilizing it for our national security defensive responsibilities. The other key, I think, is for each member of the community to kind of play to their strengths or bring their unique strengths to the table, right? Each analysis organization out there is good at different things.
It's a lot of collaboration, a lot of education. We've actually been doing a lot of outreach through our various field offices to come out and say, hey, look, what are the threat areas that you're interested in? What are the topics of discussion that you want to have? And just sending out regular agents like myself or computer scientists or actual analysts and just presenting and saying, look, this is what we're seeing. How can we better benefit you? And then pushing out various intelligence documents that we can to help bolster them through their business, through their private industry, and just trying to create that synergistic sharing between us to show that we're not like the big bad FBI that you see on TV that's going to come in and with the big black Suburbans and take everything away from you. No, we want to help. We want to help create greater defense mechanisms. We want to put more people on the offense, and we want to be able to help those help us in the long run by preventing the number of cases that we're going to start ingesting due to victimization.
Partnerships are key to us and working together. In fact, the last few years, the government spent a little bit of sort of getting its own cyber host in order. So the creation of the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity from sort of disparate parts of the government, hosting it within CSE, where we get the benefit of our Five Eyes allies.
Working in lockstep, that would be nice, but that's not happening, and I don't. In my opinion, I don't think that's going to happen, but I also don't think it's necessary.
A lot of things are held so close to the vest sometimes that if just a little bit more talking, a little bit more trust relationships are built, a lot of the issues that we see nowadays in society could be prevented very quickly. It's just reestablishing that trust between private industry and the government, that each other are not out to get each other, just working in synergy to enhance the interests of everybody.
If you had one policy wish that a genie could grant your organization, what would that be?
I would want to take riskier investments with limited resources that we have. Specifically, I like to enter and exit different types of contractual agreements faster and easier so that we can make the investments at the speed at which I can talk.
If I had this one wish to make something better across the security community, it would basically be identity, right? If we could have a much more ubiquitous and solid foundation for identity and the things that go with it, like authentication and access management, that would form a foundation on which we could do so many other things in security, in protecting our information and defending it and detecting attacks.
And with that, I want to thank everybody on the panel for the amazing insight that you've all shared with us. So I want to thank Adam Hamilton, Special Agent with the FBI, Neil Ziering, Cybersecurity Director at the NSA, and Benjamin Salazar, Cybersecurity expert, with the Department of Homeland Security, and Don McLeod, Director of Autonomous Defense Sensors Center, our Canadian Center for Cybersecurity. On behalf of the Mackenzie Institute, I'd like to thank you all for joining us. Once again, we'd also like to thank IT World Canada for having us work with them on setting up this panel for the inaugural Maplesec conference. And once again, if you'd like to learn more about us, please visit mackenzieinstitute.com. Once again, we're a charity, and we would certainly appreciate your support as well. Thank you very much.
Cool. Wow. When we were first planning this, that panel was supposed to be occur just once, and Steve Proctor, who's our overall content producer, and a lot of you met Steve, came to me and said, they need more time. This is just too good. I think you'll agree. I hope you agree with that. It's just a great panel. What a great discussion that you don't always get to hear in this. And that again blew me away. We're going to change gears now, and we're going to do something that you like to have a little bit of fun on. And we did it in one of our last events, and it was just great. We're going to do a 5-question live quiz to test your cybersecurity smarts. Now, the quiz is sponsored by Proofpoint. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about Proofpoint. Proofpoint provides cybersecurity and compliance solutions to protect people on every channel: email, the web, the cloud, social media, messaging, mobile messaging. You can find out more about them, and I hope you will. And again, the sponsors come in, and so if you do me a favor, honor them and check out their stuff. You can find a little bit about them on their platform. They've got a couple of assets. They're really good. You're going to love them in there. So Proofpoint, thank you for sponsoring this, and here's the fun. Okay, you ready to get clicking? Okay. Participating in the quiz is easy. Even I can do it. The questions will appear on the right-hand side of your screen. I have to twist around to figure out the right, but you know what I mean. It's your right-hand side of the screen. So you're going to see the questions there. And then if you're in full screen mode, you're going, where are the questions? You got to get out of full screen mode. So drop out of full screen mode. You can see the questions on the right-hand side. You're there? You're with me? Okay. So play along. This will be fun. We're going to go to our first question, and in a second. The application requires a cookie to operate. So if you get the cookie, trust me on this one, just accept it. Just say, "Me want cookie." By the way, that is one of 3 lame cookie jokes that I will make in this for the kids out there in the audience. In there, you know who you are, Mark. You're going to have 15 seconds to answer the question. So let's get started. Our questions today are around the same theme, the theme of the day, the Threatscape. Ready? Are you ready for the first question? Okay. Question 1. The global cybersecurity industry is expected to reach this level by 2023. And there are 4 possible answers. By 20, and they're in US dollars, so that it's just trillions of Canadian dollars. Never mind. So it's A, is it $200 billion? B, $10 billion? C, $27 billion, or D, $110 billion. So you got about 15 seconds to answer that in there. So click what you think it is. Is it 200 billion, 10 billion, 27 billion, 110 billion in there? And if I could hum the tune to Jeopardy, but you actually can't do that because we're broadcasting on YouTube, and there's a commercial violation there. So you're just gonna have to do that yourself. Okay, so the answers are live in there. Okay. Now, Everybody's note about this, everybody's organization comes up with a different answer in some way or another. But we picked Ryerson's. They used that during their cybersecurity training, and their answer was $200 billion USD. What's that in Canadian? She said, no, never mind. Lame jokes. Okay, question 2. In cybersecurity lingo, big game hunting has come to mean what? A, looking for bad actors. B, trying to download Netflix in an area of limited connectivity. C, threat actors are groups that conduct targeted intrusions for financial gain. Or D, all of the above. So is it, looking for bad actors, compromising your Netflix, threat actors are groups doing this for a profit, or all of the above? And we give you, I guess, a few more seconds on there, so just take your answer. A, B, C, or D? Which one is it in there? Okay, and the answers are coming up. You can see what everybody's answered. And I think that, yeah, you got it all right. You're smart people out there. But if you were listening to the intelligence panel, the answer is easy, right? In there. So good for you. Next question, question 3. Are you having fun? If you are having fun, tell me in the chat. I think this is a guess, but we're hoping you do too. So question 3. As a result of the coronavirus, say that 3 times really fast. As a result of the coronavirus pandemic, some threat actors promise not to attack hospitals and healthcare facilities with ransomware. The problem with that promise is A, it had a short shelf life. B, a promise from criminals is probably not a good thing to base a strong cybersecurity program on. C, contrary to popular belief, there is no honor among thieves. Or D, all of the above. So A, short shelf life. Don't take promises from criminals as something to build your cybersecurity program on. B, C, there's no honor among thieves. Or D, all of the above in there. So we get to see the answers should be coming up in there. And the answer is all of the above. You're right in there. A note on that answer. Some operators said that they would stop attacking healthcare during the institutions during the pandemic. After making that promise, though, data from Hammersmith Medicine's research, a British company, said that they were getting ready to test the COVID-19 vaccine and they got hacked. Question 4 is, so since COVID-19, the US FBI reported the following increase in cybercrimes, or reported cybercrimes. So the FBI reported the following increase in reported cybercrimes. Is it 50% A? Is it 300% B? Is it 100% C? Or is it D, 200%? So you got 4 options there. And this is for the reported increase in cybercrimes by the FBI. 50% A, B, 300%, C, 100%, or D, 200%. And we can see the answers building out there on the screen. We should have a drum roll in here. That'd be good. So in there. So the answers come in. Okay, so the answers are live, and the answer is 300%. And this, again, you got this during the panel from the FBI participant in there. So you should have gotten that. Ready for one more? Question 5. One more. This is, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow, the training and how many unfilled cyber security jobs are there going to be estimated by 2021? How many unfilled cybersecurity jobs estimated by 2021? Is it A, 10 million? B, over 4 million? C, 2 million? D, approximately 2.8 million. Okay, so there are 4 answers. 10 million is A, over 4 million is B, C is 2 million, and D, approximately 2.8 million in there. So we'll watch those answers come in, and we should give you, okay, so what's the answer? The answer is, correct answer, B, over 4 million. And most of you got that, pretty much you've got that right. We fooled you with the approximate number in there. But that's, a million here, a million there, that's a lot of jobs right now in there. So for those of you keenly interested though, tomorrow we're going to be talking about training, and we'll follow up and check out the lunchtime panel because there'll be more on this in there. That's the end of the quiz. Hopefully it was fun. Let me know in the chat. Let me know how you did. That'll be great. I'm working right now, so I can't get onto the chat as much, but I'll be on later on in the day, and I'll love to talk to you in there. So hopefully you had fun in there. By the way, tracking this, so you don't have to report this to your manager in there. And if you are disappointed with your performance, you still have 2 more opportunities. Tomorrow and Wednesday, you can hear my lame cookie jokes and you can have some fun with this quiz in there. Okay, just to change gears a little bit, now we're going to set the stage globally. So we set the stage globally and at an individual level in here. So in the next panel, what we want to do is hear from the experts about the trends that are happening today. And this is the focus. Hopefully that this will distinguish this conference. We're not going to just talk about the trends. We're not going to just admire the problems. We want to help you find ways that you can deal with them. We'll tell you what you can do about it. I'm pleased to introduce Jonathan Nguyen. Jonathan is the Fortinet VP and the CISO field team, or VP of the CISO field team. And he's going to take some of the experts through their paces with this panel. Take it away, John.
Hello, and welcome to this session about the changing security landscape we're seeing here in 2020, how everything has changed and how things haven't changed, and why cybersecurity is just as important today as it was going into this pandemic. Today we're joined by a panel of really great cyber pros, and we're going to get the benefit of their insights. And I just wanted to start off by giving some observations I've seen over the last 90 odd days, and then over the last 25 years I've had in cyber. We've seen networks become completely perimeterless, if you will. We've seen networking accelerate to unheard of speeds that we never would have thought about just 3 or 4 years ago. And we've seen the level of complexity in our lives and in our businesses and in our countries expand to a level that we never imagined before. Yet all of these things now have to work together. And then going into this pandemic, we saw all of those macro trends coming together, and we saw things that were simultaneously happening as well. We saw both a shift towards centralized computing in terms of more cloud adoption and accelerated cloud adoption. At the same time, we saw more decentralized computing with the advent of remote working for 90% plus of our staffs and our teams. And suddenly now zero trust is much more prominent than ever. But at the same time, I observed a couple of things that were pretty fundamental. One, the same types of structural issues that were plaguing us as an industry were still there, in terms of basic security hygiene, misconfigurations, lack of visibility across the landscape, weaknesses in patching and vulnerability management. And it all came down consistently around gaps in visibility, gaps in awareness, and gaps in control, the ability to see what's happening, to understand it contextually, and then to act in an automated way. All of those things also compounded by the pressures of this pandemic. And so in many ways, some things have changed and some things haven't. But what's clear is that more than ever, our society and our businesses are more interconnected than ever. The level of complexity is rising, and the threat environment is also rising as well. There just simply aren't enough of us to really sustain things. So what I wanted to get at in our discussion is get the perspectives of our panels, what they're seeing, what their thoughts are around cybersecurity in the industry and in Canada in particular. In case you didn't know about Fortinet, we're the leading pure-play cybersecurity company in the industry. More than 472,000 clients and customers around the world, and everything from small, medium businesses through the Fortune 5,000 in nation states. And we've got a very broad, probably the largest and deepest SASE portfolio in the industry, and we'll talk about that. But enough of me, because you're here to hear from our panelists. So Sherry, I'm gonna start off with you. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, thanks, Jonathan. My name is Sherry Rumbold, and I'm a Senior Information Security Officer with the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces in Canada. And I'm here speaking with you from Victoria, BC today.
My name is Andrew Loshman. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Field Effect. We're a cybersecurity company based out of Ottawa, and my background is in cybersecurity analytics and development, both in the government as well as commercial space.
Awesome. Steve, your turn.
Steve Winterfeld. I'm the advisory CISO for Akamai.
Yeah. And Terry?
I'm Terry Cutler. I'm the CEO and ethical hacker here at Cyology Labs, coming to you from Montreal.
Yeah. So Terry, you're a great place to start with our first question, and I wanted to get an idea from you about what are you seeing right now as the larger threats in cybersecurity? Is it spear phishing? Is it ransomware? Is it DDoS, or is there something else that you're seeing? And then I'm going to ask the other panelists to give us their views on the same issue.
All of the above. What we're seeing mostly is because everybody's working remote, the end users are not as protected as they are as if they're inside the corporate firewall. So what's happening is these users are connecting to all kinds of random open wirelesses or unprotected Wi-Fi's, and some of them are actually getting hacked from home, and then ransomware is being sent into the corporate environment. We're seeing a lot of credential stealing. So whenever mega breaches are happening, people aren't changing their password and they're reusing the same password everywhere. So the cyber criminals are using these passwords to log into the environment. And because these are legitimate logins, the IT or cybersecurity department isn't seeing anything, right? Because it's a proper username and password. And then once the people get in, they might be able to launch a ransomware attack.
Yeah, so much more targeted attacks trying to hit those exposed remote workers and remote locations now.
Absolutely.
That's interesting. Hey, Steve, what are you seeing in your neck of the woods?
As with any major disaster, you're seeing a huge increase in phishing attempts.
Right.
And we're all going to open that email that says updates on the COVID rules for your company. And so, with any disaster, they just take advantage of that. We're seeing an increase in denial of service attacks. Gaming industry has really been hit hard. We've seen a rash of, that blackmail for protection where we get a ransom or some kind of a note recently flare up. And then we've seen, Akamai, a lot of the different vendors, AWS are all seeing some of the biggest attacks in recent history on denial of service attacks. Yeah. And then finally, as a lot of our employees are now remote, we have to reevaluate the risk of some of the traditional threats. VPN, a very old, mature, stable way to bring people in, but we're seeing a rash of attacks against that now.
Hey, Andrew, what about you? What are you seeing from your perch?
Most of the businesses that we deal with are targeted by cyber criminals, which, by the way, are becoming incredibly sophisticated in these days. And these cyber criminals will attack what they can access, whether it's the human or whether it's the VPN endpoint that was mentioned earlier on. And they will continue to evolve. And what we're seeing is an evolution of their tradecraft so that they can achieve their objective, which is almost universally money. And so where before you get a launch of ransomware as soon as the attacker was in the network, now we're starting to see a lot more time and finesse put into understanding exactly what network was compromised, what is their ability to pay, and then what are the technical measures the attacker can use to exert as much pressure as possible on the victim.
It's becoming increasingly acceptable to pay the ransom. And whereas in the past, I used to hear lots of pros and law enforcement say, don't do it. But now I'm hearing from people who have the practical reality of keeping their organizations running. And I think as a community, I'm seeing a lot more people having serious discussions about paying the ransomware. Are you hearing about people, thinking about ways to prepare and plan for that possibility now?
Two things that are interesting. One is you've seen criminal groups that are actively managing their reputation. They want a reputation of successfully returning the information, not releasing it. And so you see hackers worried about their brand. The other thing that's been interesting is you'll now see a number of law firms that specialize in negotiating that for you.
How do we go about communicating to our families, our boards, our leadership teams that this is a real problem without being a fearmonger?
It's like the whole FUD thing, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Oh, you're trying to scare me into buying new stuff. And I was going for the longest time, I'm saying, the sky's not falling, because here's why. But now it's almost like the sky's falling now, right? So I think it requires a really good education in layman's terms to the board, because these guys still think that, well, I have a firewall, I've got antivirus, I have encryption, that I'm safe. And these are all traditional technologies, traditional cybersecurity technologies. And the hackers are able to bypass this fairly easily. And they don't realize that once the hacker has bypassed this traditional security, they have no way of detecting that a hacker's been in their environment for 6 to 18 months prior. So they're in there siphoning out the data, And then they're saying, okay, you know what? We're going to hit them with a ransomware. They're going to hit them with a ransomware, and then they're going to say, pay us. Then the IT guys will say, well, we have a backup. We're good. Fine. Then they're going to say, pay us to not publish your data. So that's their backup plan now.
One of the things that we need to do is we need to educate to a certain level people that don't know our business or not a part of our business, and bring it to a layman level. I think that when people understand what the circumstances are and what the issues are and what the risk is, and that they perhaps have to sign off on that risk, it changes the entire landscape and the circumstances. Let's say, we got to talk business. We got to learn how to communicate as security professionals too, in a manner that makes sense to the folks that we're actually speaking to.
If you're talking to the CFO, you're talking about money. If you're talking to the COO, you're talking about operational efficiencies and performance. But ultimately, you have to get them to agree that if they're going to take the risk, they've accepted it with you. And so our job is to educate them in their terms so they can understand the risks that we're talking about.
One of the questions I get a lot from mid-market and SMB customers is, so, what's enough security? Do I spend enough on security? And I've heard some interesting rules of thumb. I've heard you should spend about 15% of your IT budget on security. Some people will say you have to pay enough so that the business is operating. Some people will say you have to pay enough so long as you're compliant. But the biggest question I get is, do I have enough security today? So Sherry, you deal with really high level folks in public sector, and how do you help them when they throw up their arms and say, so Sherry, what's enough security for my department, or let alone my agency?
I always say the same thing. It doesn't matter where I work, and that is what are you trying to protect? What is it that you actually want to protect? So, if you're in an organization, whether it's the private or the public sector, what is your goods, your crown jewels, your important information? Is it information? What is it you're trying to achieve? And then what would happen if you lost that? So that's one good question I always say is, okay, if you have all of this and this is so important to you and you lose this, then how valuable is that to you?
Hey, Steve, when you get that question in your advisory role, and people say, hey, what's enough here? Is it the compliance aspects? Is it doing the pen testing? Is it doing security awareness training? Is it having a properly configured firewall? I get a lot of that. Is it, Jonathan, do I have to buy your entire portfolio in order to have enough security? Or how do you?
To which you say yes.
Shamelessly, right? Yeah.
So to me, it kind of comes back to what's your goal and what's your industry. So in financial services, you're really kind of protecting trust. And I think Sherry made a great point there. And so if you're protecting trust, you're probably going to invest more, because that's huge. And once you lose it, it's gone. I don't know if you'll survive. If you're trying to avoid fines and be compliant, that's a different type of investment, different goals, easier to quantify, easier to pursue. Does that meet the expectations of your customers? And in that class action lawsuit, you've got to answer the question of, did you practice due care and diligence expected of somebody in your role? The other thing I like to do is change the question and say, are we effectively using the money? And that's a better conversation. And what is the amount of mitigation we're getting for the amount we're spending?
Yep, absolutely. So I want to shift the topic just slightly, because there's a lot of buzz about zero trust and a lot of buzz about SASE because we're working remotely. And so for the audience, zero trust is an idea that was born somewhere around 2009 by an analyst at Forrester. And he posited the idea that you shouldn't trust someone just because they're behind the perimeter, behind the firewall. So you should trust traffic inside the perimeter no more than you should trust traffic outside the perimeter. And so that becomes interesting, because it's only been in the last 90 odd days that the vast majority of our teams are now working remotely. and so not only is it a buzzword, but now it's a practical reality that people are scrambling to implement.
Everything that appears in zero trust in terms of securing the endpoint, modern sound cybersecurity approaches in general. So I think it's easy to get started with zero trust. Is it important to go away from all of the traditional models and traditional ways of securing access to the headquarters from a remote office? No, I don't think so. Is it essential to implement some of the methodologies espoused by Zero Trust? Absolutely, because it makes your network more secure, and it's exactly what an attacker is going to point their technology and tradecraft at.
Management, supervisory, and all these other folks to make sure that their employees are only getting what they need to do their job. And then if they do move, it's their responsibility to make sure that some of these things are noted. So I think it is going back to a lot of basics. And I think, like Andrew said, Zero Trust is essentially what we've been always striving towards anyway.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and it's just a good practicing model for how we should be, securing the organizations that we work for.
Hey, what's the biggest trend you think that the folks watching this should be mindful of in the next 3 odd years?
I think that there's the proverbial alphabet soup of cybersecurity architectures and new strategies and so on. I think one of the common threads that persist throughout them, and somebody said it earlier in the panel, is that of visibility and having visibility over your network and infrastructure. And what I mean by that is whether you're using a cloud-based system like Microsoft 365 or Amazon, you have work from home VPN users or traditional on-prem network and servers. It's to be able to have insight into what users are on your network, what are they doing, where is your data, how is it moving, and what other devices are on your network, and what exactly is their role and function, and are they being targeted?
Sherry, what are you advising your stakeholders to be mindful of going forward?
Well, I think that we're in the public sector, I think especially we're living in a completely different world than we were several months ago. So, knowing all that, we're sort of kind of taking our traditional methods of running an organization, public sector or whatnot, and how we manage our employees. And it's kind of got tossed out the window, and we're starting fresh in some ways. So interesting times. And again, making sure that we've got that employee experience, because one thing I know, and I'm sure all of you know, is that if you don't give the tools to be able to do the job, they're going to find it somehow.
Right.
And they're going to go outside
Yeah.
the organization wants you to use.
That's exactly what happens. That's probably my biggest worry is
and then you toss the
crazy-
monitoring out the
crazy
door, right? So I mean,
Right.
so we've got to try to ensure that we're actually meeting the business requirements, and I can't stress that enough. And it's so important now, especially with so many remote workers.
Terry, what are you telling your folks to be mindful of going forward?
So one of the things we want to do is we want to limit the attack surface, right? So a lot of companies that go into audit, they have a flat network. Everything's on the same VLAN. So the moment they get hit with a ransomware, everything's toast. So we want to make sure we chop this up, make sure that everything's all asset assigned. And the other thing is that if they don't have the expertise in house, right? The whole I have my IT guy, I've got it covered. It's to partner up with an outside security firm that can complement their services.
Yeah.
Right. Because the IT guy cannot do it all. So it's better to team up with a cyber guy. And of course, as Sherry mentioned, the awareness training is going to be key.
I think that's a really good topic for folks to be mindful of moving forward, is that security really isn't a DIY exercise, right? And it fights that fundamental urge among security people, because we're all control freaks, right? We want to have complete visibility, we want to have complete control, and we want people to obey us. Somewhere along the way, you realize you can't cover all the bases. So Steve, you're the last one on the lineup. What are you telling people to be mindful of going forward?
I think I want to take more of a programmatic approach. And I think we need to take a look at how we're managing our risk register. And when we see something new, like, the mage carts and the JavaScript environment attacks, how do we go out and establish situational awareness, even if it's usually just a snapshot? What's in that JavaScript environment? Marketing's put stuff in there. Everybody's put different things in that environment. What would it cost to mitigate the risk? Take that up, get a decision and then either put it on the risk register or fund fixing that. So kind of that programmatic of pursuit of reviewing, building a business case, and putting it on the risk register.
Hey, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. It's amazing how fast 20 minutes goes by in a cyber second, as it were. So again, the panelists, my hat's to all of you. You guys have such great insights and experiences. I don't know how we could have done it. I definitely want to do this again. So until we meet again, so long for now. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
What's the thing in cybersecurity that keeps me awake at night? The cyber attackers are getting better, and they're starting to collaborate. And we seem to be playing a little bit of a catch-up game to them. There's some things we're doing that we're starting to narrow that down. But it's cyber attackers that now figure out how to take advantage of the thing that we've actually thought was really secure. And as they do that, they're going to be particularly taking advantage of small and medium-sized companies.
Thank you, Bob. Great thought to keep in mind. And thanks to John and the panel. There's some great insights on challenges facing us in there. Lots of notes to make on that one. And don't forget, by the way, if there's something you find interesting, I found a lot interesting in those panels, but if there's something you find interesting and you think people should know about it, tweet it. Use the hashtag Maplesec in there. And if you've got a question for the panel, be sure to add a question mark and I'll pick that up, or you can put it in the chat. We're starting to see some questions come in and they are great. There's so many of them, and this is fabulous. This is a great problem to have. It's not a problem. We're going to go through them, and I'm going to try and organize them, get some answers, and figure out what we're going to do about them. And we'll do some sort of Q&A tomorrow, or some sort of way of getting those back to you in there. But keep them coming. This is great engagement. Hashtag Maplesec, hashtag Maplesec with a question mark if you want to get a question in there, or onto our chat in there. So that's a great interaction, please. And I'll be, like I said, as soon as I get finished tonight, I'm going to be climbing onto the chat and see what's happening. So let's say a call comes in the middle of the night. This is something the CIO dreads. And people ask what keeps you up at night. Not much keeps me up at night, except maybe that call. And that call says you've been hacked, or worse. The call is from those scummy types in the media looking for a comment. Oh, wait a minute, that's us. Sorry. Those nice people from the media looking for a comment. Does your crisis management plan cover that? Or better still, do you know where your crisis management plan is? If you don't, get ready to take notes, because in 12 minutes, and I'm going to believe this when I see it, but I think he's going to do it. 12 minutes, author and McKinsey Institute board member Alan Bonner is going to run you through the things that you need to have ready in the event of a cyber attack. Take it away.
Hello, my name is Alan Bonner, and I'm pleased to be able to speak with you today about how to deal with reporters during and after a cybersecurity breach, or maybe better yet, how to deal with stakeholders through reporters, if that's going to help you achieve your business goals. Now, first of all, there are times when you don't want to speak with reporters. Those are few and far between. For example, you're leaving the jurisdiction, retiring, and it doesn't matter, your reputation doesn't matter. Or there's an injunction or some other really serious legal reason why not to speak. In some regulatory hearings, you are fined for speaking while you're under investigation. But take a look at the size of the fine and weigh that against your reputation and how long it's going to take the regulatory process to be over with, and you might want to speak. I worked my way through grad school as a journalist, and I interviewed many people in local markets in the Maritimes, the Prairies, and Vancouver, and then the network in Toronto and the US. And most people didn't seem to have a clear message. In fact, they almost seemed guilty of something. And I wondered halfway through the interviews why these people didn't know more about their own organization. Well, it turns out they were just nervous. And I developed a business to get rid of that nervousness through rehearsal. It's called the SOCO system, S-O-C-K-O. Now, I know that sounds a little goofy, and it should belong in a cartoon somewhere, but SOCKO stands for Strategic Overriding Communications and Knowledge Objective. Strategic because you thought about it, practiced it, rehearsed it. Overriding because it's the tip of the iceberg, the most important things that you can say. C for communication. There's a 50% difference between oral and written communication. You can't sound like you're reading a contract or an architectural specification. K for knowledge, facts, data, statistics, and O for objective. What's the objective? Well, in a stakeholder meeting, maybe it's smiling faces. With the regulatory and legislative environment, it's permission to continue doing business. And with the media, it's headlines, cut lines, pictures, leads, subheads, sidebars, callouts, clips. You must speak the way the media write and speak. Now, other professions have guidance. Engineers must act in the public interest. Urban planners must determine the public interest. Lawyers have the rules of evidence. Spokespeople had nothing until I developed SOCO. Now, a crisis is like a martial arts engagement. A martial artist says the difference between injury and death is just inches between the solar plexus and the ribs. The difference between injury and laughing at your opponent is another couple of inches, because the kick or block will just miss your body. That's crisis response. Many people have said all crises are the same, bit of an exaggeration, but there are common elements to them. You have to act fast, but be sure of what you're saying. You have to apologize, but not admit liability. You need to be positive, but don't ignore the fact that you're in a crisis. You can't blame anybody for anything, including if somebody did this to you. You don't try to brag or sell your product. You have to determine, are you the cause or the victim of the crisis? And you try to get the facts from your own employees and subordinates, and that may be really difficult. They may not want to admit what happened. Now, response begins with a HOT team. Now, that doesn't mean they dress well or look good. It's HOT, our one team. If you're not out in front of this in the first hour or making good headway in the first hour, you may stay behind the 8 ball. Here it is. I brought the visual aid. There's the 8 ball you might be behind forever. Will you have insurance, or was your insurance sold to a reinsurance company or a retrocession company? What will the public perceptions be of you and your organization? Will this even become public? What will be the legislative or the regulatory response? What's going to happen days, weeks, and months from now? And what response requirements do you have? Meaning, what legislation in your jurisdiction requires you to notify people, and how quickly. Now, my major incidents were in the 3 target organizations: a hospital, a retail outlet, and a bank. In the hospital, it was simply someone who was accessing personal data on a computer that person shouldn't be. And in a small town, if you're writing letters to people saying, oh, by the way, last time you were in the hospital, we may have lost your personal information, maybe family members are saying, oh, really? And what were you in the hospital for? And that's a breach in itself. With retail, it was very simple. The weakest link, it was an air conditioning supplier. Someone got into their system. That system was hooked up to the big retail giant, and the breach occurred. In the bank, I was brought in 5 days into it. They had gotten away with telling the media very bland statements about customer service and being the best they can be and all that good marketing stuff, but they didn't know what had happened. I got a hold of the IT department. We found out somebody simply walked into the computer, changed a couple of settings for efficiency's sake. Somebody else went in shortly thereafter, thought that that change was an error, changed it back, and the computer had a nervous breakdown. And it was right at the end of the month when the check run was going to occur. One province I know cut the bank off, refused to do business with them again, demanded 24-hour tellers, demanded catering during the incident, and the bank lost millions of dollars. So the SOCO system is something that you develop long before you have such a breach, so that you can line up all your SOCOs or messages or who you are on one side of a piece of paper, line up the questions that you might be asked on the other, and see how do you get from one side to the other. Is it a bridge? Is it a mirror image of the statement? A clear question, direct answer. Now, the media write in a certain way, and you may bemoan it, you may not like it, you may prefer one media outlet to another, but you must communicate in the way they want to be communicated with, otherwise your news is not going to make the news. One thing is the inverted pyramid. They load up most of the information into the top of the story, dwindling down to the less important things in an inverted pyramid. Well, if you go into the history and the background and the good works your company does and all this sort of stuff, that is not of any interest on the day that you suffer a cyber breach. It's what's going on right now with this event that counts. Otherwise, it's going to be ignored. Newspapers are written with headlines, cut lines, pictures, leads, subheads, sidebars, callouts, and radio and TV feature clips. And all media is all media now because everybody's on the web. Radio stations have print reports on their website, so do TV stations, newspapers have videos. You have to speak in media terms or mediagenic communication. Headlines, cut lines, pictures, leads, subheads, sidebars, callouts, clips. You're going to be wedged in about 1 minute and 40 seconds in a television report, in with a whole bunch of other people, the expert, the folk hero, the professor. Sometimes it's me. I'm called and said, how would you have handled this? Well, guess what? I always think I could have handled it better. Many people mistakenly think that if they're given this amount of space in the newspaper and they say as little as possible, the story gets contracted and is shorter on radio or TV or less of a story in print. Not true. The editor has determined that that is about 750 words, and that is going to be the coverage of this story, or 1 minute and 40 seconds on TV, or maybe 1 minute and 20 on radio. If you don't talk or have an excellent message, it gives over more time for your critics. So that's another reason to pre-write your SOCOs. Say what you know for sure, what is positive, what is the official organizational view, what is a clear and lucid explanation, and what is your delegated area of responsibility to speak about. Easiest trick with journalists is get people speaking in the negative, speaking about something they shouldn't speak about, and the rest of the story is a disaster. I also like people to think about the metaphor of a freight train, 100 boxcars long, rolling through the country with messages that are going to enhance the reputation of the organization. Many of those boxcars contain SOCOs, the tip of the iceberg, the most important thing that can be said. Many of them, though, must also contain an audience-centered message. You don't want to be talking about what a great company you have. You want to be talking about what great service you are providing to your customers, or how you're going to help them, or your remediation efforts are with them in mind. Then the next boxcar needs to have a real, tangible, behavioral, memorable, quantifiable manifestation of what you're talking about. Meaning a vague mission, vision, value statement that makes the listener go, really? How do you know? What's that mean? And if you haven't got a response, it's not an effective piece of communication. Secret weapon, caring. Academic study shows that you get a certain impact by what you know and what you're doing, but you get a similar amount of impact for what you care about. Now, when a reporter calls, I've had this experience a lot. Many people just start talking. Don't. Pause. Think. Put the reporter on hold. Say, hang on, let me close my door. Let me grab a file. Let me take down your name and number. Let me call you right back as soon as I get a drink of water. So you call the reporter back, you find out it's a legitimate reporter, and then you say, now who are you with again? What section of the paper? Are there other people you're interviewing? What is the focus? You don't want to interrogate the reporter, but you sure want to find out what it is you're getting involved in. You can't ask what questions are you going to ask, because I always say, well, tell me what answers you're going to give, and then I'll tell you what questions I'm going to ask. It is a simulated and rehearsed conversation. Then send data by email. This helps influence the kind of questions the reporter is going to ask. Body language, if you're on television or in a public meeting, is a little bit of an adjustment from where I am. Leaning forward about 1 degree, eye contact, elbows at 90 degrees, palms at about a 45-degree angle. Hands outside the silhouette of the body, not in here, crunched up. And that apparently is about 50 to 75% of your impact. Keep it simple. Grade 12 is the average education in Canada, roughly, so speak at the grade 8 level. Not that people are stupid. No, the ear is an imperfect instrument of communication and needs repetition and reinforcing primacy, recency, frequency. University graduates have difficulty comprehending sentences that are longer than 18 words, so keep it short. John Kennedy asked Theodore Sorensen for an inaugural address, and he said, no word more than 2 syllables. Well, he got century, America, but he basically got baby talk. Let the word go forth, and so on. Napoleon used to read his orders of the day to his corporal, knowing that if his corporal understood them, maybe his general would. Keep it simple. A lot of media misconceptions. If you have something to say and it goes beyond one page, there's nothing wrong with a 1.5 page press release. You can't just use one recipient per media outlet. At some networks, there's local, there's national, there's morning, noon, 4 to 6, there's weekend. You know, there might be a half a dozen people you should send to. Paid wire services don't actually get the message out. Media monitoring doesn't actually monitor the media. A lot of people think that cronyism is what media relations is all about. And I can tell you, if going to lunch with journalists was going to further your company's reputation, I'd weigh 300 pounds. There are just too many journalists. Favoritism, you have to play favorites. You bet. Not so much as in the old days, but today, a monthly magazine or a quarterly magazine with no web presence, you don't have to deal with as quickly as old-fashioned radio, TV, print, because they're also on the web. People say media take things out of context. I say most people don't put what they want to say in context to begin with. And the 8-second clip, yeah, that's an average, but many outlets will take 16, 32. So speak in bursts that can be edited. Risk communication is the field of conveying information about risk to human health to a lay audience. It says N is greater than P. A negative is greater than a positive. Try not to use negatives. Risk communication is the education level achieved by the audience you're speaking to minus 4 years. That's why I said speak at the grade 8 level. Avoid absolutes. No, not, never, nothing, none, always. Boy, you can't live with those. There are also, many of them, negatives. No jokes. Nothing's funny in a crisis. Make risks known, fair, comparable, controllable, voluntary, and people will accept those risks a little more. When people feel threatened, metaphorically, the eyelids come down and the earlids come down. They only get about 20% of anything you give them to read or to hear. So repetition, credible allies, more messages from more people in more platforms, spoken, written, video, etc. When confronted by either a journalist or a stakeholder, stop, listen to what's being said, use positive body language, pause, and then deliver 4 empathetic messages. You can remember 4 because they're 2 ears, 2 eyes, ears, and you say, I hear you're angry. I would be angry too. I hope there's something that I can do to help. Let me try. Then you deliver 4 substantial messages. You have to open up the ears and the eyes with empathy before you can deliver the substantial message. The aphorism is, I don't care what you know until I know that you care. Show progress, continuous improvement towards excellence, compare what you're doing to what goes on in other jurisdictions. Hold the CEO and the chairs in reserve until you really need them. That might be day 1, it might be hour 1, but only when you need them. Take your critics seriously, they just might be right, and keep an eye on the legislative and the regulatory process months hence. That's going to be the big challenge. No such thing as off the record. I don't even know what the definition of off the record on background, on deep background, and not for attribution is. It means different things to different people. Don't use it. And then don't ask what questions you're going to ask me. That's sort of amateur hour. Be responsive within the media cycle. Quickly put your data on the web, put YouTube videos on YouTube, have data that people and information that people can access pretty easily. That'll cut down the number of phone calls and phone messages you have to do. It'll keep people, especially on deadline, with something to report. Respond with your pre-written material, follow up by email after an interview, and tell as few people, as little as possible, as late as possible. Now that may be telling everybody everything you know within the first hour. It may be telling 80% of the population, 80% of what you know in 10 days. That's going to be a judgment call during the crisis. You have to protect your reputation. All reputations should be ascending, descending, or stalled. They're somewhere between Attila the Hun and Mother Teresa. Where are you? Where are you going? What's at the core of your reputation? What is expendable? These are decisions you need to make now in order to guide your response. Now, I've been on a bus driver's holiday, as they say, a lot. I have, over the years, traveling 150 days a year, gotten on planes without showing my boarding pass, used an expired Swiss student card to get into the UN, used a blank plastic card to get into Department of National Defense headquarters. I've breached security with clients just to prove a point, kind of fun. There may not really be much of a security system here, there, and everywhere. I haven't found it. I found the theater of security. I've been the victim of identity theft a couple of times. The last one, somebody tried to wire transfer $250,000 somewhere. No one has yet told me where. No one in the police, no one in the bank, no one in either the police or the bank want me to look at the security footage that could identify the perpetrator. Recent data tells me that what you're already doing is really important, that pre-crisis behavior dictates how people behave during a crisis. For example, the mystery shopping and phishing, no fault reporting of errors, and the monitoring of odd behavior. The international cyber crime environment is that there is not a coherent environment. There is no consistent definition even of what cyber crime is. Everybody knows it involves a computer. Everybody thinks it involves the internet. We have little harmonization. We have various white papers and manuals and treaties on the order paper at the UN, but no digital Geneva Convention yet, and we certainly do need one. Thank you very much, and stay safe.
Wow, that's all I can say. Thanks, Alan. That was, I've never seen anybody pack so many metaphors, so many images, so many things into 12, was it 12 minutes or 18 minutes? It was like an MBA in PR for crises. Just astonishing. And it's just one of many of the things we've been going through, or we've been exposed to in this great conference today. So thank you so much. I'll be watching that again. I'm sure many of you will as well. Throughout this conference, we've heard some great stories so far, and we're also going to hear some great messages from our sponsors in there. But it's easy, we forget that our sponsors many times are not just people with something to sell to us. Many of them are industry professionals with a great experience and a lot of things to contribute to the conversation, shaped by years of experience in there. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that in mind, I'm going to welcome Matt Holland. No relation to Byron Holland. I'm sure I've been told they're friends, but Matt Holland, he's the CEO and CTO from Field Effect. And Field Effect is a cybersecurity solution provider located in Ottawa.
The state of the cybersecurity industry is one where closing the sale comes first, and unfortunately the customer comes second. I've seen the same solutions since 2005 that I'm seeing today. Instead of training analytics, it is machine learning and AI and all these buzzwords to get customers excited about what is being sold. Technological advancement is not there. What businesses should be looking for is that actual relationship with the vendor. It should not be about closing the sale and then being left out dry. It needs to be a holistic solution, not an individual pillar such as network monitoring or endpoint. It has to be the whole thing. And right now, that is unfortunately not the trend. My career started 20 years ago with CSE in 2000. I was there until 2007. I got to work with a whole range of phenomenal people solving extremely challenging problems as part of Tailored Access Operations Group. I got to witness an organization mature quite rapidly after 9/11 occurred. In 2007, I co-founded a company called Luncheon Labs, which was a privatized intelligence firm in support of allied governments. In 2016, I started a company called Field Effect, and using all that experience, our goal is to transform the cybersecurity industry. Field Effect's mission is very simple: bring intelligence-grade cybersecurity to every company in the world, regardless of where they are, regardless of their size. At Field Effect, we strive to embrace the concepts and the ethos of the intelligence industry by not being afraid of the unknowns, embracing the unknowns, trying to find the unknowns, because ultimately that is the future of cybersecurity. Anybody today who thinks they actually know what is going to happen down the road 10, 15 years from now is completely misinformed and way overconfident. And at Field Effect, we are fine with not knowing what the future brings, and we are excited to be prepared for what the future brings. Field effect covalence is different from other cybersecurity solutions in that we do not just bring you a single pillar of cybersecurity. We're not just providing you endpoint or network or cloud. What we actually provide is a holistic collection of monitoring capabilities that includes network, endpoint, and cloud and IoT. Field effect covalence is the only holistic solution that protects you from the cyber threats that you are encountering today and you will encounter tomorrow. Because of what we stand for and who we are, this is where the transformation of the cybersecurity industry begins.
Thanks, Matt. Great stuff in there. Great insights. We talk a lot about software and building, security into software, patching our way to security. But our next speaker says that hardware has become a forgotten element in the conversation, and it needs to be corrected. And welcome Mitra Mirsani. She's an associate professor with the University of Windsor. And to her, hardware needs cyber love too. What a great topic. Mitra?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the hardware security, which is a topic that I'm really, really passionate about, and I'm devoting my life to, advancing and learning and understanding everything about it. So it's clear to everyone that cybersecurity threats are everywhere, and with everything that is connected, getting connected to everything else, like IoTs, autonomous cars are just around the corner. We need to have more and more security on these platforms. Now, we are actually giving or basically trusting these platforms with our lives, with our privacy, with our data, with more and more of them, of these devices, know what we do, where we go, all of our financial, health, and every other information is on these devices. Everyone is talking about how to secure the hardware, how to make sure that our information is not stolen. More and more, encryption methodologies are developed. Algorithms are getting more complex. New hardware platforms are developed. And we, at the same time, are trying to, increase efficiency, make them work better, create that seamless experience for the users of these devices. So device to device, country to country, they feel comfortable, they feel confident about using these devices. Security protocols keep changing, security certificates keep getting created. And all this time, I'm just looking at these advances, and I'm thinking, do they even consider what the hardware does and where it's been built and who manufactured these parts, that we are just don't care about them and just use them? The hardware that we use for our everyday use, we have no idea who has basically at the very, very stage when we pour silicon and start making the transistors, which are the most elemental unit in the cybersecurity and in the electronic world, who basically had access to those maps and plans and designs. And that's where the story gets very complicated, because the manufacturing of the electronic products is not a vertical line going from plant to another foundry to another manufacturing center. Sometimes electronic parts cross borders several times back and forth, going to different third-party units. Different parts getting installed, and you basically lose track of what is being done to these parts. Imagine, making a vehicle or a car. A car, when it gets started to get assembled from the very basic parts, it's may cross the borders of US, Canada, Mexico hundreds of times until all parts get assembled in the very last step. So here's the problem with the hardware. You have these electronic components, which on it there are millions of transistors implemented, and they do those complex, nice operations that makes the experience of the car or the consumer electronics like your cell phone or other stuff very pleasant. At the very core, at the very basic level of this device, that's or one of those IC production units can just insert around 30 to 40 unwanted transistors that you didn't want to be there, but they are there. So imagine trying to find that 40 transistors in one of your devices that has thousands and thousands of, hundreds of thousands of these transistors. It's very challenging to find it. You receive the hardware, you turn it on, and it does the same, work that it's supposed to do. You don't sense anything is amiss. Everything is perfect until at some point you see that the device is just not doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And I have to say that's when it's already too late. Because those 40 transistors, which we call them Trojan hardware, have already done their damage. Those unwanted hardware that are really challenging to get to basically find them, they can cause a lot of harm, basically bring down the infrastructure. They can attack or be the source of attack on not just one autonomous car, but on a multitude of those cars. They can cause car crashes, they can cause traffic, they can attack the power source and basically bring down the power grid. So who's to stop this? And that's the part that we are at my team and my research group, we are advocating. We have to pay attention to who's manufacturing our parts. We have to pay attention to who's creating those transistors. We have known for a very long time in academia and even in the engineering world is the side channel attacks. It's a type of attack that you need to be in close proximity, not connected to the device, but just be within a close distance to that device. And basically monitor one of its main characteristics. For example, electromagnetic waves, even the sounds that your hardware makes, looking at the changes in the even temperature sometimes, power consumption, and you basically can crack some of the most powerful ECC algorithms, encryption algorithms, in a matter of couple of hours at most. And that's something that a hacker that sits and just tries to hack into a system using software, they may not be able to do it in a reasonable time. It takes a very long time to basically break it, but hardware is the open door. It reveals the information. We did this for one of our research groups. A bunch of undergraduate students, they managed to basically filter out the sound that the RFID tag makes, sat within about 5 meters from a station where people were going back and forth and just, they were our people. We weren't, getting anybody else's information, but we collected some signals of the noise, and running a statistical analysis, we managed to find out the operation and hack into the station. So this is where we are saying, at my group, we've been advocating for a very long time that you cannot ignore this step that is needed to be included early days in the hardware design of your system. Yes, you have to be careful about the power consumption. You have to be careful about the power, efficiency, high performance, all of these nice things. But you also have to be very careful about who and how your hardware is designed. And you have to make sure that you insert those security requirements very early on in your design. The very early day that the engineers are sitting and thinking about those increased efficiencies, they have to also consider this question: how can we increase the security of our hardware? By manipulation of electronics, by controlling the movement of those tiny, not seen by eyes electrons, a hacker or an adversary can gain access to your hardware. In another trend that we are advocating is that that should be for anyone that designs any sort of hardware for the IoT, vehicles, power, distribution services, is that they have to adopt a red, blue, purple team design approach. Red, trying to find the weaknesses and opening to the devices. Blue is the team that is trying to create resistance to the hardware, and the purple team is the one that is bridging these two teams together to the common goal of increasing the security of the device. And yes, again, that adds to the cost. But it's something that we in my team and myself especially, we believe that that can't be ignored. Every team, every hardware design corporation has to develop this and basically adopt this policy. They have to keep trying out the hardware. They have to try and actually start hiring people, not the ones that are just doing the hacking through software, but basically hardware designers that know how the circuits are made, how the transistors work, the very basic part of the hardware designs. Hire them, train them, and ask them to find vulnerabilities of their design systems. And that way, that could be one of the ways that we can improve the security of our systems. And again, it's not just a matter of losing your data or losing your privacy. It's that your life depends on it. People's lives and public safety's life depends on it. What we are advocating is that we have to be sure, we have to ensure that the electrons, the transistors, the very, very tiny elements that we can't even see, and we're not even sure if they are there, electrons, we got to be sure that in general, they follow the rules that we want them to follow. They are not going to listen to anybody else. And that means a very tight, a very conservative hardware design. And as a result, some of the operations, for example, with the some of the operations that the 5G networks need us to do, if we bring this element of hardware security into it, we see that we have opened ourselves to a lot of attacks. We have opened ourselves to get compromised, basically. So in the end, we have to remember that software management systems and certificate, by monitoring the activities of the hardware, they're excellent. Keep them in place. But you have to add to the engineering design team, to your electronic design team, and make sure that your hardware is also secure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mitra. A little just inside information in there. So I'm with you guys today as well on my laptop, and I have to get ready to actually get in front of the camera. You're having a fascinating day when the producer has to tell you, put the laptop down, Jim, get in front of the camera. Great day. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have today. And as we approach the end of the program today, let me take another second and thank our sponsors. The Canadian Internet Registration Authority, Fortinet, Field Effect, CyberArk, Tehama, and today's quiz sponsor, Proofpoint. We could not do this without them in there. I also want to thank the supporters, the groups that have supported us, and today's speakers. You rocked in there. I'll discuss the takeaways at the top of the show tomorrow morning with Mark Godet. He's CIRA's cybersecurity team leader. But I need your help. And I've watched the conversations going through the day. Help me write my wrap up tonight. I'll be here in the office. I brought some dinner in, and I'll be watching this. But get to me on either the hashtag Maplesec or on the chat, and tell me what you took away from today. I'll be fascinated to hear from that in there. For those of you, if you had to get off and you missed something today, or you're one of those unlucky people who only discovered this late in the game, or if you just want some reinforcement of this, look for coverage for this on Cybersecurity Today. It's our hit podcast. It's 3 minutes, 3 times a week. You keeps up to date. It has literally millions of downloads in there. So, or sorry, not millions, but well over 1 million downloads on its way to 2. You'll find highlights of the platform and stories about this in there, and you'll find it in Canada's greatest, and maybe the world's greatest tech publications, itworldcanada.com and itbusiness.ca. So watch out for the stories in there. We've got great writers who will be putting together some of the stories and doing a little in-depth work on and a little analysis maybe even on. That's tomorrow, and we're not over yet. There's a session yet, and I'm going to be there. So tomorrow we tackle training and change management for staff. So the two that we deal with what we call the carbon element. We're going to talk about training and change management, and that's it. So that we'll see you tomorrow. But hopefully I'll see you later in this. I'm going to leave you now, and I hope you're going to joining the post-conference networking session. Now that's sponsored by CyberArk. And for those of you who don't know CyberArk, they're the global leader in privileged access management and PAM. And we've talked about that. We've alluded to that during the day. Privileged access management, if you're not thinking about this, it is a critical layer of IT security to protect your data, your infrastructure, your assets, your enterprise. And if you heard some of the stories at the lunch session, you'll be there to this CyberArk presentation, or presentation. It's a group discussion as well. So we'll be there, meet there, and the roundtable will be led by CyberArk's AVP and country manager Chris Ritz, and he's got a special guest, Jerry Owens, and they've got some interesting live polls, and above all, they want to hear from you. So join us in there. Enter the discussion. Just click on the link on the platform. Nothing could be easier. So I'll see you there, or I'll see you tomorrow.